All right, our interpretation is set up. We are live and also streaming on YouTube. And so whenever the board members are ready, they can begin as soon as you unmute and send the sound out to the world.
Just want to make sure everyone that is on the Zoom can hear us here in the boardroom. Thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay.
That was
Jamie.
Jamie.
Sorry, my back's to this. I think that's just the way. Yeah.
Are we ready, Tishri?
I believe we are. Are you ready, Nikki?
I think so. Yes. I think Dave usually calls the person who need to vote with the chair. So you would open the meeting.
So you ready to go? Okay, we call this special meeting, the Budget Committee meeting to order, and presenting right now is Nikki Fowler to the whole Budget Committee and the board. And so Nikki, thank you very much.
Okay. I think usually we need, or at this point in time, we need to have the committee choose their chair and their vice chair for the process.
Okay,
So usually request nominations and go through that step first as we begin.
okay. So we need to get a, what again?
A chair for the budget committee.
Okay,
And then that person would run the process
so from the board standpoint or from the whole committee?
from the whole committee. Because
Okay.
in the past, it's been one of our budget committee members that run that part of the process.
Got it. So did everybody follow that about taking nominations for the chair of the Budget Committee? So Nikki, who did that last year?
I believe Kat led it last year.
So who is anybody just absolutely interested in being in that position? That's
I nominate Kat McNeil. She's experienced. She's done this several times before, and she's excellent at it.
Second.
Kat, is that something that you're interested in?
Yes, I can do that.
So yeah, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think
It
it,
looks like Beth Stats has her hand up too.
Who?
Beth, if you have something you wanted to add.
It was for the nomination. So.
Oh, okay.
well, if Kat is the one that's interested in doing this, then we all have an equal vote. Is that correct? Okay, so all those in favor of having Kat be the chair of this budget committee, please raise your right hand. I am seeing a unanimous vote. So that passes. Kat, thank you very much for doing this again. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So at this point, I'll go ahead and take over the meeting. Are there any nominations for vice chair, please?
I guess I'd nominate, if somebody's here on the board, is anybody in the board interested in that role, or is everybody swamped out?
I think it's better to have
What's that?
I think it's better to have a budget committee member take that role.
Okay. Anybody else that being the vice chair?
Judy Croft, Melissa Daly.
I'll do it. Ready to go?
Yeah, so can we have a nomination for Melissa Daly as vice chair, please?
So Melissa, that's something you're willing to do?
Vice Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who nominated that? Was that you, Judy?
Yes.
So Judy nominated Melissa as vice chair. Do we have a second?
I second the nomination for Melissa.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you tell me, is it Kim or Kimberly? I want to make sure I do it correct.
Kim.
Thank you. Kim seconded nomination for vice chair for Melissa. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please go ahead and raise your right hand. Opposed? Abstain? Melissa Daly is our vice chair. Thank you, Melissa. At this point in time in our meeting, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Nikki, who has a presentation for us.
Thank you. First, I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting tonight. Tishri's going to start the presentation here. Thank you. So the agenda tonight is to review the superintendent's message, review some of the fund summaries that are within the budget, do an overview of the assumptions that I've used in developing the budget, talk a little bit more about the ending fund balance, and then next steps and questions in the process. I mean, go to the next one if you want. So in the budget message, I'm not going to read it word for word, but I'll highlight some of the pieces in here that are relevant. As we spoke about in our last meeting or some of our pre-meetings, we've been in a state of declining enrollment for quite some time. From 2017-18 to our current year, or our current month even, and we've lost about 15% of our students at about 840 kids. This has forced us to take a close look at our ratios of staff versus student and all those pieces and all the areas of the school, because we just can't maintain with that large of a decline in our enrollment. Part of the process, or our process this year, was we invited the K-12 leadership all together. We developed priorities at district level, building level, leveled areas and special programs. Special programs would be like special education, our dual language program, or our ELD program. Just any little specialized or specific area. We looked at everything. So in that process, we identified things that might be easily obtainable versus very long-term ideas if we keep seeing a declining enrollment.
Board members, we have lost sound.
Thank you. I was just going to confirm that. I was afraid it was on my end.
Can you hear us now?
Are we okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we're okay, but you'll have to go back a slide. We lost it at least a minute and a half ago. Thank you.
Okay. So do you want me to recap? Did you hear the process of how we got here as far as the
we heard assumptions and the beginning of ending fund balance.
Oh, wow. So that was a little while ago. Sorry.
Sorry,
So anyway.
Also that we met with K-12 leaders.
Okay. So I'll start there. So we started with the large group with the K-12 leaders, set priorities at different levels. So some of the items are easily obtainable, while others might take a little bit more work, and some are down the road, things that we need to keep on the table As we know, with the declining enrollment, we might need to make further adjustments down the road. So it was brainstorming across the board. Everything was on the table. From that, we had into smaller meetings, smaller group meetings that were specific to elementary level or secondary or special education, or down to our dual language program and ELD. So just very specific things, and trying to prioritize and run those programs very efficiently and effectively. Part of it, that's always the goal, is to do the right things for the students and provide what we need to for them. As far as our budget assumptions, we'll go over a little bit later the actual numbers and the estimates that came in. But it is based on our last, what would be we're hoping our lowest number is this year at about 5,034 ADMW. We're currently sitting at about 4,915. So knowing that as we go into next year, you know, you're going to take another hit, you're going to take another decline. So I'll go over that a bit more. Let's see. One of the other items that most of you are aware of, but I'll speak to, we had a bond, or PERS bond issued a few years back. And so with that, we make payments on that. And each year, in order to make those payments, we have to adjust and charge against payroll to transfer the money from our general fund over to the bond fund to make those payments. It reduces our rates overall, but you have to do it in two different pieces. So currently, in order to make those bond payments next year, it's about 13.64% of our payroll. Also this year, we will be negotiating with all groups across the board. So that's an unknown at this point as to where those negotiations will end up in regards to cost to the district. In this budget, I have also kept in there the carryover reserves that are in board policy at the 2% and 5%. So that is built into the budget to meet that board policy requirement. Let's see. And I'll talk a little bit more. I speak to the bond here, but there'll be a little more detail in the presentation as well. So I won't rehash all of that. Are there any questions from the initial description? Okay. Can go next one, please. Okay, so this is just a high view picture of where we are with the budget right now. The general fund is about at 60 million. Special revenue, and these are all our grant funds. So that would include SIA, Measure 98, ESSER funding, anything that's a special revenue fund is in that group. So as you review the book, when you get to the 200, you can see all the different grants that fall within those categories. Debt service, we have the new bond that we're starting to pay on. We're still paying the PERS bond off. We have out there also a loan for our Dundee property, which we're only paying interest on. We have that. We set up that 5-year plan, if you recall, that we're paying interest for the first 4 years. There's a balloon payment, principal payment in the 5th year, with the hopes that the new building will be built and the property will be sold before that payment comes due. If for some reason that changes and it doesn't sell, you could always look at refinancing at that point to get around that balloon payment if you didn't have the capacity to pay for it. So those items are out there. Capital project fund looks really impressive because that's where all of our bond money is. That number hasn't changed a lot because with the spending that we've been doing hasn't ramped up a ton yet. And then we've had a lot of interest going into that's kind of been balancing against some of the expenditures. So there's been a lot going on, but the number doesn't look like it's dropping much, but that's because of all these other funds that are hitting that for a total of 261 million-ish. Are there any questions on those? Can you go to the next one, please? Okay. So this is just a little bit more of a detailed breakdown of describing our largest revenues. So our biggest buckets. So our property taxes, but the thing to note here is that things haven't changed very much. Our property taxes, go up a little bit. State school fund is actually pretty flat, which is what's scary because nothing else is flat. So our revenue needs to be going up. Common school fund, pretty typical. ESD credits, so that's our transit dollars that come from the ESD. Those are monies that we haven't spent. So we have an allocation with them. What we don't spend in utilizing services, we can receive in cash. So that's what that number is. And then I have the beginning fund balance going into next year estimated at a 7.2 million, which is a level I hope to get to. It's probably pushing it a little bit, but I'm hopeful we can get there. We put on a spending freeze. We're trying to be very diligent in any purchases and just being very mindful of all those things to try to bring as much money as we can into the next fiscal year. Are there any questions on those items?
Yeah, Nikki, can you tell me how the property tax works?
Mhm.
Is that a percent?
It's a levy. So the county levies for the property taxes. So we get an estimate from them as far as what they guess the growth will be from year to year as far as property values. And so maybe it'll look like 3% or maybe it'll look like, 1 point something, but they let us know that each year, but that's just an estimate.
I guess what I'm getting at is it seems like every year that would be going up because
Mhm.
more houses are being built,
Mhm.
the value of houses are going up, but that's not what I see here.
Right. There's other factors in there too, because if you look at our, our current pandemic, maybe not everybody is paying like they normally would. So the collection rate could be different. And also the thing, and I'll talk about a little more detail later. So even if the property taxes come in higher, it balances against the SSF. So you receive less school support if you bring in more taxes. So we just kind of try to follow the trends over the last few years as far as what we estimate there and what's on our ODE estimate. I'll have a picture of that in here as well. Any more questions on that one? Okay. And this one might be a little harder to see. So if you're on your computer, you might want to zoom in, but when you review the document, you can look at this a little closer. But these are all the detailed lines of our revenues coming in. So I already spoke about the taxes. Let's see, what are some other significant pieces? Most of the other ones are much smaller dollar amounts, so they don't impact the budget as much. They're more of our local, our interest, our miscellaneous, our E-rate money that comes in, just those smaller pieces. So we really focus on those items that are included within and work within the school support formula.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
If I see that you're always carrying a prior year tax, from.
Prior taxes, yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Right. So that's how it's paid to us. So as the county collects, they receive money that's for the current year and they send that to us. Then they also receive money from the past 10 years, depending on how delinquent somebody may be. And so we have to put those in two different categories. We have to report them. So anything that's outside of the current fiscal year goes in that second line. So that would be considered our uncollected, that weren't collected in previous years.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions on that?
Are these mics working?
Yes.
Because I'm having trouble hearing the other board members speaking.
Have they not been talking?
It's not coming over the PA.
Oh. Okay. What was that? it's not coming over the PA.
Got
So,
it.
so
Nikki, I
yeah,
have a
go ahead.
question.
Uh-huh.
This is Kat. When I look at light item 1740, I just have a quick question about high school athletic participation fee, and you're probably going to go into that more. The 21-22 is 75,000. The 22-23 is $100,000, $25,000 increase for participation fees. Does that have to do with field repair? But I would think that would be in another category.
No, the participation fees are your pay to play fees, you can call them, when students are involved in athletics or extracurricular activities. And so when you're looking at these across the years, when we were budgeting for 21-22, typically we receive 75,000 into the district funds for that fee. But last year we decided not to charge that fee. So we charged it, it's being paid out of ESSER because there was the decision made through this process that we wanted to support all families. And so we didn't charge classroom fees or athletic fees. So with that being said, 75 was an estimate that we had been using. When you see the numbers at the end of this year, what you'll see is about $104,000 amount in there because we did a flat fee from the ESSER funds to pay all those athletic fees on their behalf. And that's what that revenue will be. And so that's why I estimated 100,000 for 22-23, because we have agreed to do that one more year out of ESSER. Following that, then we'll have to make a decision whether we're going to require fees again for athletics and student fees at that point. But we have agreed to
So we're not
cover
going to have fees again this year?
Correct. That we had it estimated in ESSER to not, for the ESSER fund to pick that up this year. That could be something in the process that the board may decide to implement a fee and save the ESSER funds for something else. But that was in our original plan, was to cover that for the next couple of years.
So that would still be an option to charge for fees so the kids can afford it and then move that to something else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nikki,
Would be.
One more question on that. The ESSER funds it's kind of essentially 3 buckets, correct?
Well, there's 2 buckets now.
Right. Okay. 2 buckets now. Sorry, there were 3.
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
2. Which bucket does that come out of? And then what else is in that bucket that is also coming out of it or could come out of if we decide to use that otherwise?
So that is in ESSER 2 at this point, the class fees. The main things that we are paying for out of there are the big ticket purchases. So we're going through curriculum adoptions right now. So there's a good chunk in there to buy the curriculum and go through that process. We've done a bit this year, and then we have a huge adoption next year. Technology pieces come out of there. We did receive some.
I'm not hearing anything.
Thank you. Yes. Greg, we have lost sound again. Board, we've lost sound again.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. So how much of the ESSER piece did you hear?
Curriculum adoption.
Okay. So that was mainly the curriculum adoption and then technology purchases. So we want to be able to have the connectivity and make school available to everybody and update our infrastructure and update our Chromebooks and all those pieces. So there is some mental health supports in there as well. And what was the other library book purchases? And there's a little bit in there for staffing. That's the smallest number. You can use it for retaining staff. So that is in there. And those were the main buckets.
Did you
Can you elaborate, what portion are we using on staffing right now? And are we using the full amount that we can on staffing? And thank you for everyone's patience with my questions.
What was budgeted in there right for the current year was about 400,000, a little over 400,000. And so we've utilized the majority of that just to offset some costs out of the general fund to help keep the general fund ending fund balance up a little bit. So if we needed to use more of the ESSER funds, we would be making a commitment to not go through a curriculum adoption and not upgrade technology because those funds are not in the general fund anymore.
Thank
So,
you.
did somebody else have their hand up, you said? Okay, Judy?
Sorry about that. Just reflecting back real quick for a clarification on the property taxes that factor in to the funding. Just to make sure my memory bank's correct, we still have limitations put at the state level on Measure 5 and Measure 50 from way back when. Am I accurate with that?
Yes, that's correct.
So no matter how much property values increase, we're still capped.
Correct. There's
Okay.
that piece in there. Yeah. And in our reports, we get that from the county. We know exactly the numbers. They calculate all those figures for us. So we know what that Measure 5 piece is. Doesn't help us any, but we know what it is.
Right. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Are there more questions on that one? Nope. Can you go to the next one, please?
I do. I've got a question.
Okay.
So this is Kim. When it comes to those athletic fees, having it waived, do we have any data back on historically any change in participation, either more, less, flat? What was the impact of that? And then the other question I have with that athletic fees is there a plan to ease back into those athletic fees so that those families that have gotten into those athletics and programs and things don't get that shock once fees start up again, to have to like pay it all, versus like last year we paid nothing? Is there a plan to kind of increment them up, like half one time and then they pay full next time, just so we don't get that sticker shock? Because I don't want to have this expectation that everyone was participating because there was that roadblock. Now that roadblock's back and we're going to lose participation even though we were expecting it. What's our plan?
Right. First, I do not know if we have more participation due to no fees. I could look into that. I could find out from the high school some of those statistics, but I don't know that. And no, we do not have a plan at this point. We know when the end date is. We know where that, the plan as far as how long ESSER is going to cover it. But as far as a step process, none of that's been decided yet. And that can be part of the budget process in general, because if we're doing a step process, then we're going to have to make sure that we're covering the other portion of that in some way from somewhere else in the budget. So no, I like your plan. Thank you for putting that out there. But no, we don't have anything down really on paper yet with that. Is there anything else on that one?
I just wanted to add a little bit to it because as a parent, I was actually surprised this year that there were fees. I sit on the budget committee, obviously, and we talked about no class fees, no fees for participation. And then I get a request for $25 from my high schooler saying, but it's for my locker lock and my gym uniform. And so I spoke with the administrator and they explained the activity fee didn't waive it for everything. So that was a surprise and interesting to hear. And I don't know, I'm assuming that's part of the high school budget, not necessarily part of our larger district budget. But I think, going forward, it's a good conversation around fees. And we do need to have that conversation around what is included and what isn't included and how to fund it and all of that. So I appreciate it.
Right. And some of those fees, I think, and I don't know about those two in particular, but some of it has to do with whether you keep what it is or you're turning it in. And so I know the PE uniforms and things at the middle school might look a little different than some of the others. Uh-huh.
Judy has her hand up.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm glad she mentioned that because the clarification I was seeking was if those fees are for OSAA sanctioned activities, because I believe anything that could be co-curricular or outside the OSAA infrastructure still had fees. So that goes along with what was just said.
Right. So I need to clarify that because there are other class fees involved. So we can determine which ones were in and out. I wasn't a part of the initial ask on collecting that. But the idea was we could use from ESSER funds some money to put the supplies in particular classrooms and programs. So a class that may require a fee for whatever they're building, that teacher could get those supplies via the ESSER funds and order it that way. So that was the intent. But I would need to do some research to see why some ended up different in that. But thank you for letting me know. Try the next one, thanks. So as I spoke about a little bit earlier, this is just a little more information about how the state school fund works. And to Trevor's point, in this box are our local funds. So you see the taxes, it's common school fund, county school fund. So there's all those pieces total up and are deducted from what our allocation would be from the state. So anything earned here, we do not receive from the state.
So that's really driving what we get from the state as opposed to vice versa.
Well, the only way you can get more from the state is if your taxes exceed how much that allocation is. So if we're at like 48 million, we could keep money over 48 million if we had that much coming in taxes. But anything less than that, we don't get more than that 48 million from the state. So if we receive this amount here, that number is reduced by this.
And what's the common school fund?
The common school fund, I believe there's some timber that gets allocated, state timber. Or common, I think that's that one. But yeah. And at the bottom of this too, you'll see it as we look at the ratio on another slide, but it talks about our district average teaching experience. So the experience of our teachers actually does play a role in how much money we receive. So this says right now, our teachers are above the state average of about 1.71 years.
So if we lose teachers who are experienced through retirement or leaving the district, we could lose money.
Yeah.
Does that also include district staff?
No, this is for the teachers.
Just the teachers, but principals?
I'm not positive principals are in that count.
But just teachers. So our experienced teachers who are retiring or choosing to go elsewhere.
Nikki,
And we hire a new teacher fresh out of college. We could be losing money.
Right. Yeah. Did they lose volume again? Is that what I heard?
No. I was just saying, it's just licensed teachers. That's all that it takes into account.
Yeah.
Classified or administration.
Right. And as an example, years back at another district, as a way to reduce, we had a lot of senior teachers. We made an offer. They retired a little early, which was great until this number came out. And all of a sudden we were in the negative to something. So there's a very direct correlation with that. And that was a much smaller district. So the impact happened quicker than if something like that happened here. But anyway.
What does that equate to dollar-wise? The equation.
Well, we'll talk. There'll be another slide that kind of involves that a little bit.
Tim, right?
Oh, Tim?
Yeah, thanks. I want to go back to a question about the $400,000 for staffing from the ESSER fund. Was that for grant positions that will be continuing, or were those non-grant positions?
Those were not grant positions. Those were to retain staff that would have normally been in the general fund.
Super, thank you.
Uh-huh. Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Uh-huh.
I guess going back to that, you said that the 400,000 to retain staff from the ESSER fund normally come out of the general fund. How do you, I guess, how do you know that 400,000 went directly to retain staff?
Because I put it there and charged them there. So I charge a specific.
So it goes
to that
into a
grant.
particular account
Yeah,
for staff?
particular fund, yeah.
Okay.
So that's ESSER fund. And so and those particular grants have pretty detailed reporting. So when we report on, we have to say what bucket they're going to, what need they're meeting, and all of those sorts of things. So yeah. And
So if we hadn't used that 400,000, it would have had to have come out of the general fund or non-retained.
Right. If I hadn't put it there, we would have had to adjust staff out of the general fund sooner. Because that was part of the discussion at the beginning of the year, was coming back from the pandemic. We knew that there were more needs. We knew that we also didn't want to disrupt more by reducing staff. So we used this to kind of off ramp and buffer that piece rather than having to reduce that a little bit sooner. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. Were any of those ESSER staffing funds used for classified staff?
I believe there was a little bit. It was mostly licensed, but I believe we picked up a couple little or partial pieces where we needed some support in specific programs.
And were those temporary jobs or are those jobs that are going to stay?
Well, they're all permanent jobs, or those were permanent jobs. Because it doesn't, very rarely, unless we know, like in particular, say the bond funding is going to end at a certain point. So if there's positions supported under that, then we might hire temporary to that specific thing. But once these types of funds, we hire staff to the district, and they're in the system regardless of their funding stream. So then it becomes seniority based. So if you are funded over here, that doesn't mean that if you're higher on the seniority list, then you're fine. It's not a driver in that piece, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Let's see. I'm going to go to the next one. I think that'll help a little bit with one of the past questions. So the first box there is talking about what you had just asked about, Trevor. So the calculation is the 4,500 as a base, and then add the $25 times the 1.71 ratio to put some added value to that. And so then that gives you the number as you move across. And then that is multiplied by the funding ratio that
Nikki, I believe
Nikki,
we
we
lost sound
lost you.
again.
Yeah, we won't know.
We're going to switch over.
Oh,
Yeah. And
okay.
okay. Awesome.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Are you there yet?
Yes, we're back. We lost you at extended ADM multiplied by.
Sorry.
So that 1.71 would equate to about 230,000 of the 47. So if we were spot on, if it was zero, that 1.71 gives us about 230,000.
I haven't calculated that yet, but yeah, it gives you that added amount. And the idea being that you're going to pay your experienced teachers more, and it's supposed to help pay for that or buffer that.
Was that 1.71 on the previous slide? I thought it was a different number on the previous slide. I thought they were 1.41.
No, there were three numbers there. So it had the state average, our average, and then the number that additional that we received based on that calculation. If you want, can you go back one? So the very bottom is the 1.71.
Okay.
And this whole document, again, anybody can go on Oregon Department of Education and look these up. You can look them up across the district for any school, charter schools, anything. So it's all information that's there. So anyway, that first box is how we get to our general purpose grant at 47 million. And then the second box is just adding on our transportation grant onto that for the grand total of about 50 million. At the bottom, I was just trying to highlight for our 22-23 estimate, we're at about 9,497, like I said. But in our current fiscal year for 21-22, our per student amount is 8,705, which is a significant difference. But if you also take into account our student drop, our enrollment drop over that time at the difference of 792, it turns out it's a pretty significant. If we were being funded at the current year amount at the 8,700, we'd be looking at nearly a $4 million drop. What's saving us is that bit of a bump between the 2 years. Are there any questions on that information? Okay, Kimberly?
So with the estimate, looking at, numbers from last year versus this year, and we get the higher number, for next year, we would go off of this year's number and then whatever next year is going to be. So when we're calculating that number, why are we not anticipating it being like this year will be our low, or this year will be the number that we'll be working off of as like our high between the 2 years?
We will be calculated on that. In the top box there, the bottom sentence that says our extended ADMW 5,034, that is actually the 21-22 number that they're using in their estimate for 22-23. So that is paying us at the higher ADMW for the 2 years. I was just trying to show the impact, the difference. I mean, the per student amount coming in is higher going into next year, but our enrollment kind of takes that away. Doesn't make up for all of it, so.
So if we had maintained the same enrollment, we'd have $4 million more in the budget? Is that a fair statement?
It would be all the pieces moving together. It wouldn't be just that flat amount. I'm just trying to compare. So the increase in the state per student amount is what, if we didn't increase that amount and we're paid at the same amount, we would have an additional 4 million taken off if we stayed flat. So if that per student amount, it's just, there's so many moving pieces to it. Because in the news right now, we're talking about the funds in Oregon that they have additional funds. We keep hearing about some of that being allocated. We might end up with a little bit more per student that will be helpful. I haven't seen any of that in writing haven't received any information about that moving forward yet. But there's been a lot out there about how they're going to allocate that additional funding from the revenue forecast. Next one, okay. Yeah, we're getting close on time. So this is just a quick breakdown from the budget document, just illustrating going across the instructions. These are the functions that you'll pass the resolutions by when we get to that point. So 1,000s are instructions, 2,000s are support services, 3,000 community services, and capital and down the line. But looking across here, you could see where the instruction numbers are reduced a little bit. And as we go down, and the bottom line that we're actually down a little bit by the end of between last year and this year. So from 58 million down to 57 million.
So what's the support services?
Support services is everything that's under 2,000, which could be principal, it could be counselors, it could be special education direction, library. There's a whole list. If you look in the back of the document, it'll show some of those functions. Or if you look at the monthly financial report that I put out, if you look at the expenditure one, it has them in there by section, so you can see what the items are. Like psychologist is another one in there. So those are all services that support students within the building. And transportation would be in there as well.
What's driving the increase in the support services?
I have to go back and look specifically on that. With that.
Because it's concerning to see a $2 million cut in instruction and a $1 million boost in support, right?
Right. Well, a piece of it is a lot of our support services are more. So if you're looking at special education, if you're looking at psychologists, a lot of those we've added staff to.
Special education would be under support instruction?
Well, the administration of it, the psychologists, the specialist pieces. The regular classroom, say an LRC room, those would be under 1,000. But those other pieces, speech services, any of those things fall in there.
Behavior specialists.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything specific on that one. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. Talks a little bit about what's in our 200 funds. So this is a little more specific as to what is rolled up into that 200 number. So we have the various federal grants, the titles you're familiar with, migrant, ESSER, and IDEA, which support special education if you weren't aware of that. Various state grants where our outdoor school comes from, Oregon RTI, and some smaller buckets are in there. SIA, that's next year's estimated number, the 3.7 million. Measured in 98, estimated at 1.3. Nutrition services, they're a self-supporting program. So they're at 2.4 million for next year. And then the other bucket are all those individual 200 funds that you'll see where we have the scholarship fund, where we have the student body allocations district-wide that we have to report, the PERS reserve fund, and our rental where we have run through our property rentals where that money comes in and we upkeep our property out of that fund. Can you go to the next one? This is a quick recap of our current outstanding debt. I talked about it a little bit at the beginning. But our outstanding bonds, the newest bond is on the top, the tax pension, and then the energy loan is that third one down. And then the Dundee property is there. So on the top part, I show no payment for debt payments for the Dundee property next year because that's the principal piece of it. The interest piece of it is noted down below in the total with the interest of the other ones. So what's listed there is their original issue. So that just gives an idea for next year. Anyway, go next. Kim?
Yeah, question on the debt services. On the previous slide, it was showing like all the way down to like 11,000, but that's not what's on here. So what's the difference between those two numbers?
You know what? I just noticed that I need to reprint that one. It looks like an old one got in there, but it is the 11,000 because the 2021 is about 6 million alone for next year. So I'll get an updated one in there for you. Do you want to go to the next one? So the capital projects fund includes the carryover from the current year and the awesome grant, which we're approved for, but we haven't spent yet, but we still I budget that out there. I'm not sure if that'll be spent this upcoming year or the following year, but it has not been received yet. We budgeted all the funds, and the 2 staff members that are paid for out of it are the bond manager, and we have a steam TOSA that's been working with the architects, with Greg, to plan our maker spaces and all those individual learning spaces, and trying to align those spaces with curriculum K-12, make sure what we're building meets our needs. You go to the next one, please. These are some highlights for the projects next year. I know you see this when Greg does his reports here and there, but just wanted to recap the biggest thing. So we're gearing up right now for the additions and renovations in those 3 buildings, Edwards, Catalyst, and the high school. You've seen a lot of planning around that, and it's impacting some of our summer work. Then D Elementary is in the beginning phases, site development. We purchased the property, but there's all the next steps, site development. Construction will begin in the spring of 23 with the hopes to open in the fall of 24. And then currently other things you'll see occurring throughout this upcoming year are a lot of the deferred maintenance items. You start to see some of it now already. Some are roof repairs, boiler, chiller work, HVAC, cooler repair, and replacing some kitchen equipment. Yeah. Are there any questions on those? Okay. Judy?
On that, with the deferred maintenance, is there a way to categorize what the increased cost due to inflation is on what we anticipated at the point of deferral to when we're actually going to do the work, so that we can itemize or at least see what that factors into the cost?
You mean from when the bond was original versus now on all the increased costs? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, is that tracked anywhere?
I'm not sure. I could find out if any of that is. I don't track that.
Not that we can control it, but I think it would be interesting just to see that as the community asks questions. It would be a good piece to have.
Right. And we do know, because every time we go out for an RFP and we get those numbers, things are coming in high for all the reasons that we know of, supply chain.
I can address that briefly as well.
Perfect. There's the guru.
Judy, it's a really difficult thing to track specifically because we get estimates at multiple points along the way, depending as how the design develops. So you can't really give a hard, like, at the beginning of the bond, we were expecting X, and at this point where we built it, it was X. Because like I said, the design changes, the cost changes, the estimate changes, but we are working every project has about 3 major places where we do cost estimate analysis. And when we began the bond, we were looking at what they call 6% escalation per year, which is a 6% basically increase of cost. And we have been, they're seeing much higher than that. And so we're seeing things that they haven't seen in 30 years before. So we definitely can show how we're keeping track of where we are in budget, how we're keeping contingencies set, but getting a detailed accounting, as you're asking for, is really difficult to do because we don't have the set plans at the beginning of the project.
Thank you for that. It was more of just, I guess, a guesstimate of percentage to say, you know, overall, we've seen a 6% increase over the total project cost, knowing that nothing stays the same for more than about 24 hours. Thank you.
Yeah. I would say we're in the realm of 10 to 15%, and in some areas like steel, we're up to 30%. It's crazy.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, great. So we're on to Fund 415, Construction Excise Tax. So this fund is used for capital improvement, the big ticket items. So it's only allowed to make capital improvements. technology improvements, the bigger infrastructure type technology improvements. This is where we're paying for the replacement of the turf field that you approved previously. And also this fund, you'll see there's a lot of work being done between the several buckets. So this can help subsidize some of the bond spending if needed. So as we talked about, some of the costs keep going up. There is potential to backfill from this a little bit in some of those areas if we need to. The next one, please. Thank you. This is a quick rundown on the assumptions that were made in building the budget. So I talked about the estimate that was part of this. It was dated, last one received was on 2/24. We haven't received an updated one. We know the property insurance went up is at 10% or is estimated, which is about $45,000 1 year jump. Built in here are the employee step increases. The estimate for insurance increase and a small amount in there for a possible COLA increase. Those are things that are still up for negotiations at this time. And then just a note at the bottom, this came up earlier, that we maintained a commitment to curriculum work paid from the ESSER funds. So that is still out there. And I know Karen is working diligently on moving forward with some of that. Okay, if you go to the next one, please. Unless there's hands, I'm sorry, I don't see the hands. Okay. Okay. This is just the rundown of the unused fund balance. We like to watch that. It's been a focus of the board because at one time, as you can see, 16, 17, it was pretty low. If you're thinking about a $60 million budget, just at the general fund, that's a little too low. And just how it's moved over the next, the years after that. So we continue to monitor that because that is, that's how we can balance things from year to year. But also keep in mind, our monthly expenses are around $4 million, give or take a little bit. So even at the 9 million or the 7.2, that's not a real big number if you think about your personal finance and what you would want to have as a reserve to function in your life. It's better than 338. But okay, and the next one. So these are just resources that I have listed in here. And I know we're at the last minute, but from this point, if you go through the budget document, between now and our next meeting, which I believe is May 17th, feel free to come in. I can go over the document in detail if you're new to it, or even if you're not new to it. If you have any questions, we can just set up an appointment. It usually takes 2-3 hours to really go through and answer some questions. And so I would encourage you to do that if you haven't seen the document and aren't too sure about it yet. And then again, there's the email that is still there. It's like budget@Newberg. If you email that with questions, we can answer them and send them back out to the committee. So we're updating that and informing people as we go rather than waiting just for that next meeting. There's a few of us that received that email. So we'll respond to it pretty quickly.
Vicki, I have a quick question. Is it the same system set up for comments in regards to budget committee as there is for board meetings? How are people signing up for that?
To make comments at budget committee meetings?
So historically, we haven't had comments, and it is within the guidelines that if the community wants to make comments, that they can send it ahead of time for comments. How are we doing that this year?
I don't know. I haven't been asked that question yet, but Tishri, did you have an idea?
I would say traditionally at the meeting where the budget is up for adoption, a budget hearing must be open. And that is the time when there are comments allowed regarding the budget.
Right.
So I'm not sure if that's at your May 7th or whenever your second meeting is in May. Is that when it is?
That
the adoption of the budget.
The budget hearing is in June. That one. Yeah.
So that would be the time when there is comments on the budget allowed.
Right. But with that being said, that's the formal hearing process. So anytime before that, if people want to share, you can send me the emails and we can respond to those and answer those questions. And if it feels like it should be something that everybody, more people may be asking, we can share that with the whole group.
Thank you.
So I guess that's all. I know we have another meeting to go to, but I just encourage, don't be afraid to call if there's any wonderings about it as you get into the document.
All right, are there any last minute questions before I adjourn the meeting?
I do have a quick one, Kat.
Yeah.
This is Kim. So do we have any flexibility if we want to or need to spend more time on the budget than the 1 hour that we have allocated? Do we have any flexibility to add that?
Well, whoops, sorry.
Go ahead, Nikki.
I was saying the detail meeting in May, I believe it's scheduled for about 2.5 hours. So there's a bigger chunk of time there. So that's why it would be helpful if there are these specific questions, that information would be that you'd like me to share more specific information. If I know for that meeting, we have a good chunk of time to go over those things.
Yeah. So, and if we need to add time, we can add time. We do come up with constraints where we have to give a certain amount of notice if we are adding a meeting. So there's laws in, I'm not saying this eloquently, but there's laws in how much notice you have to give within meeting times. So if we do add a meeting, we have to just make sure that we follow those regulations.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 7:01. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The guy said worse things.
Yeah.
We noticed that when we're at around.
You just have to, you know, and I.
When you were in a tour.
Just
Can you hear us?
tactfulness is-
And it was by police.
Oh, yeah.
All right. My husband, we have these two chairs in the family room, and he's sitting there when I get up and walk away, and when I come back, I start talking to him again, and I say, honey, are you okay?
Good.
And then I have to walk over to the chair and realize he's not sitting there anymore.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You ready to go? Awesome. Everybody ready? All right, we're gonna call this meeting to order for April 26, 2022, Newberg School District. And our first thing is gonna be the flag salute with Director DeHart. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Director DeHart there. I'm just going to review the agenda really quick tonight. We have first thing after public comments, and then we will have our student representative have their comments from Maddie and Rowan. We will move into we have special comments tonight from Director Pyros about student achievement. And then we also have, after that, we will have, first time we've done this, it's going to be fun. We're going to have union representation comments, and that will be from Jen Schneider, union president. And after that, we're going to go reports and presentations. Mark Brown from the high school will be on out-of-state travel. Karen Pugsley and Pam Mears are going to be speaking on ELA adoption update. We'll go into old business after that. Karen Pugsley from the district office, Dr. Novotny, or Karen Pugsley, sorry, will be on school start times update. Dr. Novotny will be on his extension of his contract once again. And then we'll go to new business with Nikki Fowler approving RFP for new auditing firm. And then Dr. Novotny for a licensed staff appreciation resolution. At that time, we will be going into recess to executive session. And after that, we will reconvene to regular session, and that will be about an hour, hour and a half. It's going to be a long break there for if you're watching tonight. After that, if there's any comments to be made, we will do that from the executive session. After that, we will have board member comments and intern superintendent comments. We will talk about future agenda items, and it's going to be late, and we're going to adjourn at that time. So at this time, we're going to public comments. They'll be read by Lisa Freeland.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I would like to just make for the public and everybody who's hearing, the public comments really need to come through our public comment email that we have set up, because that way I know that you've authorized me to be able to read and disclose your information. So it's very helpful for people to forward me stuff. And in most cases, when people forward me to my email, it's a duplicate. And so I can read the comment as well. But if it doesn't come into the public comment site, I feel uncomfortable reading it out loud because I don't know that that person has authorized me to read it and to disclose their name. And so I just thought I would point that out, make it very clear to the public. There is an email address. Please, if you want to communicate with us, don't just send it to school board members. It needs to come into that public comment site. So I know that you are willing to allow me to say your name publicly.
Lisa, where's that address posted that they can?
It is posted on the website on the agendas for the board meetings, as well as, I think those are the two places. It's on the website, and then it also shows up on the agenda that we publish the Fridays before board meetings. There's a link there. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start tonight. I'm going to read these in the order in which I have received them. You will have 2 minutes each, and I'm actually a pretty fast reader, so I think we'll get through pretty much most of these. Dear Chair Brown and directors, as the finalists for the new NSD superintendent were recently announced, I have some serious concerns about Dr. Phillips, and I hope the board is aware of and is addressing as part of the interview process. I do not know Dr. Phillips personally, but a quick search has brought up many concerning items. In March 2022, Dr. Phillips was put on leave for his superintendent position amid an independent investigation, and then it gives a link to the Daily Astorian article. In April 2018, Dr. Phillips was forced to resign as a Beaverton School Deputy Superintendent for anti-immigration tweets, and then that gives a link to OPB. In addition, Jewel School District apparently has less than 150 students total. I can't imagine he has the experience to manage a district the size of Newberg. I'm shocked that Dr. Phillips is a finalist. The overall quality and number of candidates for the superintendent position must have been very low. Please do what's right for our students and community. Do not hire Dr. Phillips. Sincerely, Kate Teslo, Newberg School District parent. Dear board members, you do our community a gross disservice in selecting these finalists for our community education community. What criteria were used and how do these candidates show that they are ready for what would appear to be a very tough job? A cursory Google search for Steve Phillips, Jewel, Oregon returns a list of articles that should have disqualified this candidate from consideration, and yet for some unknown reason, he is being advertised as a top 3 contender. Have you disclosed that he isn't the current superintendent of Jewel School District, but instead is currently under leave as he is being investigated? What metrics were used to select the candidates? Do you even believe in metrics? Our community deserves more transparency and a better superintendent. You are showing both your incompetence and lack of commitment to our public education through these actions. Do better. Melanie Taylor, MED, parent and educator. To Newberg School Board District Board of Directors. First, thank you for the opportunity to listen and ask questions at the community meet and greets. It was helpful to hear and see how they would approach the job of superintendent if hired. I am, however, writing to express my complete dismay and disappointment in the overall hiring process of a new superintendent. From the initial firing of a well-admired and capable superintendent, Joe Morlock, to the rush of the process, and now the obvious leaning toward the superintendent selection. I attended the meet and greet and was sorely disappointed in Dr. Stephen Phillips, and in the fact he was even in the top 3 astounds me. What must the 2 that didn't make the cut be like? Dr. Phillips has no successful experience in a district our size. Currently, he's on administrative leave in a district with 1 K-12 school. The principal that came from a previous district Phillips worked in just resigned after staff had no confidence vote. Prior to Jewel, Dr. Phillips was asked to resign due to a racist retweet. When asked about this at the meet and greet, he obviously did not deny it and said he learned from it, but I questioned what he learned as he could not articulate that. And his overall response was one of victimization. He was also asked about equity versus equality in education outcomes and danced around the question. He did not give his definition of the words or relate them to marginalized populations as asked. How can a superintendent lead staff toward improved academic achievements if he has no idea on how to support struggling students other than bribery and good extrinsic motivation? His words. The board reports wanting to improve the quality of education, yet Dr. Phillips did not express a plan or any ideas he would implement. He also seemed fairly naive or uninformed about the divisions in the district. Dr. Phillips is not the right person for a struggling, divided school district, especially when he has been part of a controversy in his last 2 jobs. Do better. This is about all our kids in Newberg, and to see one poor decision after another is not helping students, parents, or community members or building trust. Hello, I would like to submit the following written comments to be read at the 4/26 board meeting. I ask that the school board vote to allow all volunteers back in the classroom regardless of vaccination status. The CDC data shows that there is no reason to restrict someone's ability to volunteer in schools based on their vaccination status, as the vaccine does not provide strong protection against transmission of current variants, and 80% or more of Oregonians have immunity against severe infection. There are currently 29 jobs listed on the Newberg School District website. I wonder how many of these jobs could be filled if the vaccine requirement for teachers was lifted. Our kids have been through enough and need to focus on learning, writing, math, reading, etc., not learning what the name of their substitute is today, or if they're going to be responsible for cleaning up the lunchroom because there aren't enough custodial staff. All parents should be permitted to visit their kids' classroom, volunteer, go on field trips, and be part of their education. Please, board members, take a vote to remove the vaccine rules for volunteers. Additionally, I would like to ask why these meetings are not held in person. I imagine there are more parents than ever that have taken an interest in listening to and participating in board meetings. I personally would like to be able to do so in person, to talk directly to the board that has been elected by the people. If we can gather in schools, movie theaters, concerts, fairs, malls, etc., why can't these meetings be in person? Thank you for taking the time to hear my statement. Amanda Edwards, parent of 2 in the Newberg School District. Dear school board members, I'm sending in this question for the second time, as I think it may have been overlooked at the last meeting. I would like to know how often board members regularly volunteer in the Newberg public school system. I believe several of you have grown children, have children enrolled in private schools, or have chosen homeschooling. So I would imagine that you are committed to spending a good amount of time in Newberg schools and classrooms to obtain firsthand knowledge and experience so that you can make the very best decision for students, teachers, staff of the district you represent. Can you please share how many hours you spend volunteering in the Newberg Public School classroom each week? Thank you, Lisa Barnes. Steve Phillips is the most viable candidate. We don't need a good old boy chosen because of community popularity. We need someone experienced who is willing to make the tough decisions required by a leader. I believe that Mr. Phillips has learned from prior mistakes and is easily the best candidate and by far the best leader for the position. I hope that we can count on a vote based on leadership, experience, and not community popularity. Thank you for choosing the best candidate, Mr. Steve Phillips. Sincerely, Dr. Dan Carpenter, Newberg resident. Greetings, Newberg School Board and school staff. I'm writing to you today regarding the new Dundee Elementary that is currently in the planning phase. I have seen the plans for the new school as presented by Greg Koskela at the last board meeting, and I have some questions and/or concerns regarding final plans. I am hoping that the plans have not been finalized. I feel that the plans in regards to the student bathroom should be discussed further in detail. If I understand the current design by BRIC, and that's BRIC, all in caps, they intend on having genderless bathrooms in the new school, meaning the boys and girls will be using the same bathroom at the same time. I feel that this is inappropriate. My daughter will not feel safe in a bathroom with boys in it. I do not think that having a bathroom that everybody uses regardless of gender is appropriate at this age. Kids at this age are growing up and changing rapidly, and I do not feel that removing gender-specific bathrooms from their school will be good. I feel like the amount of embarrassment and anxiety will rise if the school district does not stop in this final plan. This is an unacceptable ask for kids this young. I encourage you, the school board, to look into this. Please ask the current staff and parents in Dundee what their feelings are on this matter. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Christy Shelberg, parent 2-3 in the Newberg School District. As a dear Newberg School Board, as a parent of a Maple Rush student, please accept my support of Dan Bush for Superintendent of Public Schools. He is the most qualified candidate with the most knowledge of the Newberg community as both a resident and a former administrator. He is the perfect person to lead our school and has my full support. Thank you. Shane Corsetti, ED, Newberg resident, parent of Maple Rush students. That's it. That's it.
Wow. Well, thank you. Okay. Next up, do we have Maddie and Rowan available?
I see Maddie, I don't see Rowan.
Okay. Maddie, are you there?
Yeah.
I got the pleasure of meeting Maddie last week when we went into the high school. We'd only met on Zoom, so it was really fun to see her in the main office. And Maddie, we're open for your comments right now, if you're ready.
Yeah. So I was told that Rowan and I were gonna share the student of the month, but I'm not sure if that's true because I wasn't sure if Rebecca was doing it.
Our
Rebecca, do you
internet
want her to
connection
share
is
it,
unstable.
or do you want to share them? Rebecca, she's asking if you want to share them or do you want her to share them?
She can share them.
No, yeah. Go ahead, Maddie.
Okay. I have them right here. Okay, so for student of the month, it was core value of respect. And I'm sorry if I say your name wrong, but the students were Austin Pierce, Gabriel Hernandez Espinoza, Hayden Barton, Ivan Cazares, Cordy Arazola, and Zarek Brown. So congratulations. And that's pretty much it. I just want to say thank you to the people that are stepping up to be superintendents, and I wish you all luck. Thank you.
And Chair Brown, Greg reminded me that Rowan is going to be late due to a tennis match.
Awesome. Well then, whatever she wants, she gets. I would just say if Ron comes in later, we could probably fit her comments in whenever it fits between stuff, if she would like to. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Maddie. We sure appreciate you. All right. Excited about this next one. We haven't done this before, at least in my time here, but Jen Snyder is here to. I thought Rebecca already did it.
No, Rebecca,
Rebecca,
you wanted that
what-
time.
No, Maddie said them for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Rebecca, are you good then?
Yeah.
Okay. So back to that one, Jen Snyder is a union representative. She's the president, and she's got comments tonight to fill us in on things. So Jen, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Brown. First of all, I want to thank you all. This is the first time that Newberg Education Association has ever had an opportunity to have open comments at a board meeting. So we appreciate that opportunity. I'm looking forward to being able to do this on a more regular basis. I think that's going to be a really important role in how we learn how to move forward, how we learn how to collaborate with one another, how we put students first and foremost at the core of our work. So I don't have a lot of comments tonight, but I do want to make sure and thank you all for the opportunity. Look forward to doing this again. And knowing that Dr. Novotny is also going to be talking about the licensed and teacher appreciation week coming up. Teachers, staff in our district have worked incredibly hard over the last 2 years. They have been boots on the ground every single day, whether it's been we were in CDL, learning how to fly a plane while we were building it, and now back in the classroom for in-person learning. So every single person that's been there has been doing their job, and they've done it without fail in terms of showing up every day so that we can keep our doors open for our kids. So I just want to say a big thank you to the entire staff of Newberg School District, because they are what's making this role right now.
Absolutely.
So thank you again for your time, and look forward to the next time we do this.
Yeah, you guys, we talked about this last week, and this is a great opportunity to learn from the board and to the community. And when we talked about this, this will be exciting. Drew Gallagher was also there, and however that looks to you guys for that time, it'll be fun. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair Brown, may I make a comment, please?
You bet.
I also just want to let board members know that we extended the same offer to Jen Esmond, our classified union president. She had a conflict this evening, but she has committed to participate in the next time that we provide this type of comment.
So I think that might be a time too for the board members to anticipate that happening at all of our board meetings. So for Jen or Drew or for Jen Esmond, be ready to make some comments. So it'll be good. So. All right, next up is Mark Brown, Vice Principal and our new Athletic Director at Newberg High School. And he's going to be talking about out-of-state travel request.
Yes, thanks for having us. I have actually invited two of our coaches to join me. So I believe Michael Rubottom, our head boys water polo coach, is here. And I was texting with Coach David Craig, our trap shooting team coach. Hopefully he's logged in, because I would actually like to have them share about the trips they are hoping and planning to take with their students. And so, Michael, do you want to go ahead and share about the water polo trip to Modesto, California?
I will. Thank you, Mark, and good evening, board members. As Mark mentioned, my name is Michael Rubottom. I'm the head coach for boys water polo at Newberg High School and the assistant coach for the girls team. And I'm here this evening really to seek the board's permission to travel with Newberg High School water polo to Modesto, California. They have a tournament. It's the DeLong Water Polo Tournament, October 21st through 23rd. And this is a tournament that Newberg has attended several times over the past 25 years or so. It also attracts some of the most competitive teams from Northern California. And I think overall, it just provides a great experience for our student athletes. Some of the reasons that we've attended in the past and why we'd like to attend once again this year is the experience our team will get with playing teams from outside our league. I think our players and even myself as a coach, we can learn a great deal by playing different teams, especially high caliber teams from Northern California. We will get 4 very challenging, very competitive games from this trip, which I also believe will help our team as we approach our state championship tournament later on in the year. And lastly, it's a chance to build on the team bonding experience. You know, traveling and playing in a tournament like this can have real benefits to bringing a team closer together. So I realize that October is quite a bit away, but it'll be here before you know it, I think. But I know this, after speaking with Mark and speaking with Tim, I know this is one of the big first steps that we needed to take place was getting the board's approval for the travel.
How much money would it cost the school district? And would it be both boys and girls?
Yeah, great question. It's going to be just the boys team traveling this year. I reached out to the girls coach as well, and we decided that it's just the boys team traveling this particular year. That may change for next year as well. In terms of the overall cost, it's going to be dependent on the method of travel. In years past, I know the team has flown down to Sacramento and rented vans to drive down to Modesto. Other years, they've just took a team van and it was more of a road trip. So it kind of depends on what the travel accommodations look like, the hotel accommodations as well. And I don't believe that it's primarily going to be student and family funded. There may be some fundraising opportunities as well that the team will generate and to help out with some of those costs.
How many people are on the team? And if a student isn't able to pay for the trip, will he be eligible for support?
Yeah, that's a great question. As I mentioned before, that I think it's primarily going to be student family funded, but for those athletes where that may be a challenge, I know we've done some fundraising efforts to help with the cost in the past, and we can easily set that up as well. I don't want finances to be a barrier here at all. So if there are challenges, we'll work together to work through those. And I know the boosters have been very generous in years past as well to keep the cost down for our families. So like I said, I don't want finances to be a challenge or a barrier here at all.
And once again, how many are on the team?
Oh, great question. I don't know because it's a fall sport and it kind of depends on the amount of incoming freshmen and things along those lines. I anticipate somewhere, maybe traveling with 10 to 11 players in the water at any one time during a game. There's seven total players, 6 field players and a goalie. And so that allows for, a couple substitutions and things along those lines.
So just to be clear, in your screen, I can see that for the chaperones, we have at least 2 coaches for 15 boys. So that's just a roughly estimate of the number of students that will be able to, or players that will be able to participate. And at this time, because there is uncertainty on the cost, whether it's going to be an airplane or a rental van, you do not have an estimated cost for each of this player or each of the students, but for sure, this will, the cost will be either picked up by the family or by fundraising or directly by booster, and the district will not have to incur any costs on this trip nor registration for this tournament. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes. Mark, you may be able to help out with that a little bit.
Yes, so we do, we will possibly use some of our funds to help with the registration for the tournament, but we do that for all of our sports, for all of the tournaments that we choose to send our teams to. But the travel and all the additional expenses by choosing to go out of the general Portland metro area, yeah, that will all be fundraised donations or paid for by families.
And when you say by our funds, do you mean like your team, like reserves, or do you mean like, I'm sorry for not knowing the detail. I just want to make sure as we are having this conversation, I am in agreement that we would not want to keep this experience away from the students because of money, but still we have to be really understanding on what we are moving forward to make sure that we are just clear on any anticipated expense for the district. So I just wanted to make sure.
Right. So yep, any tournament that we send any of our teams to, there's always an expense associated with that. And so we work with just each individual program, and sometimes it comes out of their ASB accounts, or sometimes it comes out of the general athletic fund, but that's something that we have to do for any tournament, regardless of if it's in Modesto, California or in Beaverton, Oregon, to pay for officials and use of facilities and stuff like that.
Thank you so much for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mark, this is Dave Brown.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how many, 20 years, whatever, Coach McMaster took the team down there. Water polo has a reputation of fundraising extremely well.
Yes.
And they're probably the top team in Oregon, one of the top 2 or 3 teams. So their fundraising is pretty solid.
Yes, absolutely. And again, just like Coach Rubottom said, we would never let money be a barrier for someone who can't afford it, or we would never let that keep someone from participating. We would find a way to fundraise extra or do whatever we have to do.
Great, thank you.
And then I believe David Craig from our trap shooting team is here. So Coach Craig, you want to share about your trip?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name's David Craig. I'm the head coach of the Newberg High School trap shooting team. Everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I don't do a lot of Zoom meetings, and I apologize in advance if it's a little bit noisy, but I'm actually at the gun club. So, yeah, we have traditionally the trap shooting team members who qualify for nationals to the national tournament in Mason, Michigan. And it's by qualification. We're defending state champions. We won the state title in Oregon last year, and we qualified 10 people for that trip last year. All 10 of them went. I actually think we're a little bit better this year. We've got about 4 weeks of the regular season left. But I anticipate we're going to qualify at least 10 again. Our program does not cost the school district anything. We've been very successful with our fundraising. We've got 48 kids on our team this year. It costs about $20,000 to get them through the regular season. Team fees is only about $2,000 of that budget. The rest of it's all come through fundraising. We do additional fundraising for the national tournament, and it ends up being a combination of fundraising and family pay. It's a 4-day tournament. There's about 3,000 high school kids from around the nation that convene in Mason, Michigan to shoot the national championships. It's an awesome experience for these kids. It's one of the things that drives participation in our program, is the potential to be able to qualify and go on that trip. We traditionally fly to either Detroit or Grand Rapids and then band to East Lansing, Michigan. And that's typically where we stay. And I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about the trip and or the trap shooting team.
How many students are in the program, and are there any girls who have qualified?
We have 48 kids on the team this year. We have only 6 of those are girls. We've yet to have a girl qualify for the national tournament, but that's only a matter of time. It's not a sport where gender really makes much of a difference, because it's a sport of finesse and not brawn. So hasn't happened yet. I don't know that it will happen this year. We've had a little bit of trouble getting the girls' side off the ground, because it seems like there's a perception at Newberg that it's a boys' sport. And so we're kind of hoping that we get that breakthrough girl that breaks that barrier for us. There's other teams in the league that have some fantastic girls. Canby and Oregon City have a lot of girls on their team that experience a lot of success. The top shooter for Oregon at the national shoot 2 years ago was a girl from Canby High School.
I have some inside information that Rowan Myers is a great shot, so you might want to start recruiting a little bit. Thank you for this, for both of you, because this is always one of the best parts of board meetings, is when we get to really talk about students and the things that they're doing, right? And we've been missing that because we couldn't travel and we couldn't do trips. So I really appreciate both of you, and I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors approve the out-of-state travel request for the NHS water polo team and the NHS trap shooting team.
Second.
Any more discussion? All right.
I'll just say, I think it's awesome that we have a trap shooting team. And thank you for coaching that. And of course, thank you for coaching the water polo also.
Dr. Craig, if you need an alternate, I'll volunteer also. So
thanks.
Can board members watch you guys practice?
Absolutely. We practice every Sunday from noon to 3 and every Wednesday from 4:30 to 7. And all of our competition takes place at the local gun club just out of Dundee, Newberg Rod and Gun Club. And you guys are welcome to come down and watch anytime. We have a team website. It's nhstrap.team. And a lot of our information is on there, including the schedule of all of our practices. In addition, there's information about fundraising. There's information on there about the team itself. So it's a great place to go to learn more about us.
Awesome. And you're welcome to stop by the pool as well for water polo practice if you like.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, I'd like to call a vote then. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. That passes 7-0. Mr. AD Mark Brown, thank you very much. And Coach Craig and Coach Michael, we sure appreciate you guys. Good luck in all this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was fun. Okay, we are moving on here, you guys. We're up next. We have Karen Pugsley and Pam Mears are going to be on the ELA adoption update. Welcome, you guys.
I know. We think it's exciting because we really enjoy the adoption process and we love literacy so very, very much. Thank you very much for letting us give you an update about our English language arts adoption. It's a curriculum adoption process. All school districts in the state of Oregon go through it approximately every 7 years. We have been more than 7 years since we last adopted. Well, not all. Elementary was adopted 7 years ago, and then middle school and high school, we did not adopt new ELA curriculum 7 years ago. So middle school has been at least 14 years, and I believe that it may be longer for the high school. So we're very excited about getting curriculum materials for especially our secondary schools for the first time in quite some time. So in order for us to update you, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Now this is going to be tricky because guess what? I have something here, so we're going to look at it, figure this out. We have at least a way for us to kind of go over the components of it. So first of all, it does take about a year, about an academic year for us to be able to go through an adoption process. The priorities that we have, if you can move the slide forward. The priorities are very simple, actually. We want to make sure we have high quality and viable curriculum. And viable means that we have the resources to be able to implement it well. That means we can do it, right? High quality obviously means that it's been vetted by national organizations, but also the state of Oregon. And so the high quality is important to us. The viability is important. You might have actually heard the term guaranteed and viable curriculum. Our goal is that. Guaranteed means that no matter what school you go to, you're going to have curricular materials that engage students, and that we share that across schools. That's really important for us to do that, because as you go from school to school or level to level, we want to make sure that that is seamless and there's no discrepancy between the resources from schools, because we want to make sure we give an excellent education to all students. So curriculum is accessible to all students. That means when we look at it, we want to make sure that all students can access it. Many times with new curriculum, the ones that we're looking at, we have digital versions of it, but we also have interventions that are identified for students who might struggle with special education needs, but also might struggle with language learning, like our ELD students. And so there are strategies embedded in the curriculum to make sure that all students have access to the high quality material. It's also evidence-based instruction and high quality texts. Evidence-based, and I know my colleague Pam is going to talk a little bit more about that. And with this particular adoption, we're also looking at the 3 pillars of dual language. And that means that because we have a dual language program, we want to include them in this adoption. They have never been included in an adoption for the English language and the Spanish versions of curriculum. So this will be a first in our district, and we're excited about making sure that we're looking through that lens as well. Move forward, please. So the process began in October, and actually Pam and I were at that first meeting. We really went through I believe we met about every week for quite some time, actually, to go through a process. And we researched the curriculum, and we researched the published materials through Ed Reports. Ed Reports is a national organization that looks at all curriculum and gives ratings for them. It's kind of like Consumer Reports, but it's Ed Reports. We also, we have to utilize the curriculum that is approved by the state of Oregon. It means we can't have something that isn't approved. That is part of the process. And so we had multiple examples of curriculum to go through. We went through every one of them, and we vetted them before we even communicated with teachers in the field, because we wanted to eliminate those that did not fulfill our priorities. Okay, so we looked through that lens. So we went all the way through January. We actually went to a training delivered by the ODE, the Oregon Department of Education, and we saw publisher representatives in something called a caravan presentation, where we got to see all the material through a presentation. And then in February, we actually formed an adoption committee, and there are 28 staff members, English language arts staff members, grades K through 12. And we've been meeting every other week since the beginning of February, late January, early February. And during that period of time, we actually reviewed the goals, but we also adopted criteria for selection. That means we wanted to make sure we were scoring these uniformly. So it wasn't like, I like it, and so therefore I want it. We want to make sure we're looking through the lens of criteria. In March, we selected 2 curriculums to pilot at each level. And that was not us, that was actually the teachers. The teachers basically went through this process and they said, these are the curricula that we would like to pilot. So we are in the process of doing pilots right now. We collaborated on our evaluation tool, and basically they had to go through sessions for training before they could even pilot the material. And so it was a lot of time and energy that went through the whole process. Right now, the pilots are running through the first week of May. And so in every school in our district, we have piloted materials going on, every single one and every single level, K through 12. Right, which is awesome. Yeah, and just to let you know what those pilots are, if you want to move forward. So in K through 5, we have 2 pilots. One of them is CKLA, which is by Amplify. That is currently the elementary curriculum that we utilize in our district. We've had it for 7 years. We are looking at the 2nd edition, which is different than the 1st edition. And so we are piloting the 2nd edition.
We also are looking at Benchmark, which is another material curricula. And Benchmark actually is going to be selected for our dual language portion of the adoption, because the Spanish language curriculum is actually at a much higher level in terms of just native Spanish vocabulary. So we look through that lens. That's that dual language lens. And there's a possibility, depending upon which piloted material is chosen by the team, we could either have Benchmark or CKLA. 6 through 8 is for the first time piloting the middle school version of CKLA, which is Amplify. And also they chose the HMH, which is Hauflin Mifflin Intro to Lit. We've utilized that before as a pilot. We haven't adopted it in the past, but they chose those two. And Galleria is the curriculum choice for our dual language middle school program. In the 9-12, because we haven't had a curriculum for a long time, I actually worked with the high school team, one on, in small groups, and also attended almost all of their meetings to make sure that they could have questions answered, because they hadn't gone through this process in quite some time. They chose Inquiry by Design and also Mirrors and Windows. And both of those are high school curricula. One of them is more focused on instructional strategy with resources that can be provided with anchor texts, and one of them is actually a classic textbook. So I think we'll probably wait until the end for questions, but Dr. Mears is going to talk a little bit about the evaluation tool. So the committee broke into 4 different groups. We show 3 there, but we had elementary, dual language, and then we split secondary into middle school and high school. And we asked them to tweak and finalize an in-depth evaluation tool that would help us consider things like the quality of the text being used at each level, the research behind the instructional strategies, and the ways in which all students could engage with the text, whether they were TAG students, whether they were language learners, whether they were struggling readers, whoever they were. We want to find a curriculum that will help all kids be able to engage with grade level text. And we looked at things like assessment as well as many other things. And I actually brought some of those. And so in a minute, I'll pass those around. You can take a look at them. They're pretty complex. Well, I learned a lot by looking at that, because I'm not an expert on phonics, but we do need experts on phonics at grades K-3 for sure, and even further than that. So as a committee, we wanted to think about what would make our pilot successful. And these are the things that we came up with. We agreed to teach the pilot curriculum with fidelity to the greatest degree possible, given the fact that we were given about 1 week to learn the curriculum. Jen knows because she's piloting a curriculum. And then we asked them to teach just 1 unit. So that, they have to give it some thought to see, well, what might have been taught before this and what would be taught after this, to, make some critical decisions on whether or not this is a good program. We asked them to reflect on the lessons. So if a lesson, flopped, didn't really work well for them, to take a minute and ask themselves why. We asked them, like the little infographic there in the corner, which is kind of a visual of our district literacy vision, to keep in mind, does the curriculum have a strong foundational skills? Does it give students access to complex grade level text? Are the passages that the curriculum chooses to have students read, are they building background knowledge and good vocabulary? And are there opportunities for students to write often to support reading and learning? We also agreed that our pilot teachers would collaborate with their colleagues who are also piloting and share their experiences. And we asked them to be aware of and to acknowledge their own biases and affinities to particular programs that they might already be familiar with. And then finally, to look through the lens of their students and get student feedback. Did your students find this curriculum engaging, and was it challenging? Thank you. And then as we finish out April and move into May, we're continuing with classroom walkthroughs. So Karen and I are going to continue to check in with teachers and stop by and take a look at what's happening in the classroom and see what they need. We've done a little bit of videotaping. We've had Q&A sessions with the publishers.
So, you know, after, I don't know if you've looked at curriculum lately, but it's pretty complicated. There's a lot to it, because a lot of it is now online too. So figuring all the digital components out is pretty complicated. So after teachers taught the curriculum for a week, we offered Q&A sessions with the publishers so that they could fine tune some of those things. And then Maria and myself, mostly Maria, stays in constant contact with the publishers. We have Google Docs for all the publishers where teachers can write questions that they have, and then we contact the publisher, put the answers in, and then all teachers can access that information. Then as we go into May, middle of May, the committee will meet again and make a recommendation based upon the results of this evaluation tool and discussion. So, you know, we're going to look at both. We're going to talk about it. And then the leadership will communicate the recommendation, and materials, or plan is to have materials available for a couple of weeks for the public to review. And then finally, in June, we should be ready to make a recommendation to the board for each level.
We wanted to meet early as opposed to wait till the last minute on this because we wanted to make sure that you understood, first of all, the process, and also got a chance to see some of the tools that we use to make the decisions. It's also an option if you want to see examples of a piloted material in advance. We can absolutely share that with you. We just would need to set them up so we can take a look at it. They would also be probably set up in the classroom. I think that's what we're probably going to do for the 2 weeks prior to the board decision making, so that anyone who wants to can stop by and take a look at any of the material that we have in our possession. And at this point, we've got all the material in the possession for each of the pilot materials. We don't have digital materials, but we probably have some kind of digital access, like basically a QR code or something that they could click on. So our goal then is informational, but we would be happy to answer any questions you have or take feedback.
Yeah, what's been the biggest change that you've seen in the curriculum, what we're currently using and what's coming up?
Well, I'm going to defer to Dr. Mears about the foundational skills, and I can talk about the more secondary, because I was a language arts teacher and history teacher at the secondary level. But
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
So from my perspective, it would be what research has really kind of deemed the science of reading. And so I think in the past few years, it's not been like incredibly new knowledge to the researching world, but to teachers, it's finally made its way down into the universities, and it's getting there, and into the schools where neuroscientists and psychologists and everybody have kind of come together and said, you know what, we have pictures of how the brain works. We know better now what curriculum should look like and what strategies, what instructional strategies we should use to help kids learn to read. So a lot of it is that, but it's also that digital component as well. And that's, yeah, we don't have any reading curriculum that is like, accessible,
print.
yeah, digitally, like what is available to us now.
I would say also interventions are much more overt. Like, for example, when I was teaching English language arts at the secondary level, we didn't have interventions. We had to basically make up those interventions, like differentiating text for different students, right? We have actually great resources in our texts now to say, hey, if a student is struggling with this section, these are some interventions you might try with this student. That's different.
Or this is a good way to reteach this in a different way.
And foundational skills are really, I'm just going to say, it's almost like it's gone back to foundational understanding, because there was a point in time where whole language was definitely what everyone was teaching. Whole language means we guess on things. We basically have this whole picture of what the reading is. And I'm not going to probably speak it at it correctly, right? But I know, because my kids were actually taught with whole language. We know that phonics is actually really important because of the science of reading. And we know that teaching phonics is actually really effective, especially for students who struggle with reading. And so we are going really back to something that we understood in the past to a certain extent, but we're actually deepening that knowledge with the science part of it, right? That really phonological awareness, the sounding out of letters and making sure that we teach those phonemes is actually how students will learn and then retain their reading skills.
How many students, are involved with this?
What's all students, in terms of.
In the pilot.
In the pilot, 28 teachers, so each classroom would be, 20?
So, every student.
Every student who's going to pilot, so every student in a pilot at every grade level is getting their hands on one of these two curriculums.
But once we adopt it, it will be for all students.
Yes, correct.
So do you have two different classes piloting each of the curriculum that we're evaluating?
Yeah, so like at the elementary school, at one school, we have 2 second graders trying out one curriculum. And then at another school, we have 2 third graders trying out a different curriculum. So we asked for volunteers, but we had to kind of work to make it work.
Balanced.
Yeah.
So both curriculum are being piloted by the same number of classrooms.
And the piloting is exclusive to this new curriculum. So
Yes.
these second graders, they are already learning to this new curriculum, potential new curriculum. And the third graders of your example, they are already using this, also learning to this new curriculum.
Yes,
Through a
so
pilot.
that was
Through a
one of the
pilot
things
program.
that we talked about as we developed this pilot, was we didn't want it to interrupt student learning.
Mhm.
So that's why we're doing just one unit.
Oh, okay, so it's just one
just
unit
one
and then they go
yes.
back to,
Yes.
got it, okay.
3 weeks for
3
most
weeks.
Okay,
classrooms.
thank you for
And the
clarifying that.
research is really clear on that as well, is that it doesn't take an entire semester for you or a term for you to really understand if the curriculum is meeting the needs of your students. I mean, a 3-week unit is very sufficient for us to do that.
So if we pass this now, sorry.
Well, we're
If
not-
we pass
we're
this,
not-
no,
we're not-
I know, I mean, now, June.
Yeah, in June.
But if we do that,
Mhm.
what's, just in a simple answer, what would be the end game at the end of next school year? Where would you like to see us at?
Oh, well, we'd love to see grade level achievement. We want to see every grade level achieving at the standard for that grade level.
Okay.
Right now, we do not have that, which means that there are pillars of, like, there's a triangle, which is we want to make sure we have guaranteed and viable curriculum. That's one of the foundational skills for all student achievement in our district, right? We also want to make sure we have excellent instructional strategies to support that curriculum, right? As we go forward. And so if we have those two pieces as the foundation of everything that comes next, not our hope, our plan is to increase student achievement at every level.
Can you speak a little bit about the excitement of the teachers who are, going to receive a new curriculum? Is it everyone positive about it, or is there some concern about, introducing
question.
something new? Can you talk a little bit about that?
You want to handle one and I'll handle the other?
Okay.
Awesome question.
So there is excitement,
Yes.
otherwise we wouldn't have 28 teachers offering to learn a new curriculum. Because it's not easy to dig into a curriculum and see how to teach that. So yes, and I think teachers are always looking for better because they want to do better. I think part of this goes back to what Dave asked too. I think part of our plan would be to have professional development so that our teachers understand why there are things in the curriculum like they are, so that they can help make a difference, so that they understand why they're doing what they're doing.
So I imagine you guys are planning this transition of ways of working and curriculum that includes this training that will support.
Yes,
this,
absolutely.
right?
I would say that our goal would be to have a full year of focused professional development in support of the adopted curriculum. And that's a strong statement, but I would stand by that statement. I believe that it's probably the most important professional learning that we do, is how we interact with high quality materials and how do we learn the instructional strategies that will bring it to life.
But on the face of the students, they will be exposed already to this new curriculum
Yes.
starting September.
Yes, Yes, yeah.
Okay.
We will, if it is approved, we go through and it's approved, we will immediately contact the vendors that were the recommended vendors, and we will go through the purchasing process. And then the whole summer will be us basically preparing for the rollout in the fall. That means we've got to inventory every book. We have to make sure all the books go to the correct classrooms, and all the supplementary materials have their access codes for their digital versions. And then obviously we want to make sure teachers ahead of time at least have good knowledge of the curriculum before students arrive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So are teachers at all three levels, grade, middle and high school, are they all, I mean, you feel like the excitement's kind of even?
I would say the people piloting, yes, it's an exciting, especially, I gotta tell you, especially the high school right now, the high school's on fire. So I am so excited because we haven't had a curriculum adoption in so long. And what I love about our high school team is that some of them are piloting 2 versions, right? Because they want to really make a good decision. They also are so super excited because we haven't had resources for 20 years besides novel sets. And novel sets only go so far in the art of reading and writing, right? I think that curriculum is super important.
So last question for me is like, I don't like going backwards, so
Yeah.
heck with the last 20 years,
Uh-huh.
whatever. I mean,
Well,
moving forward.
we're moving forward.
So you guys are excited. You think staff's gonna be excited, and so it can be a win-win for kids, staff.
We hope so. This is the deal. I was also really clear when I introduced this entire project, and I said very clearly, nothing is perfect. No curriculum will meet all of the needs of every student in your classroom. None of the curriculum you're going to look at are going to be maybe your affinity. That means you're not necessarily going to be, wow, I'm super excited about this particular unit or this particular topic. We have to work that through as teams to be able to make that curriculum work for everybody.
So just a tough question. I mean, I'm just gonna ask.
Yeah.
Staff doesn't always get to have input with admin and historical Newberg. So
Yeah.
the staff are gonna be really involved in the decision making.
28
Along with you guys.
Yeah, 28 voices. That's it.
It's actually a little bit more
It's
than
more.
28 because not everybody on the committee is piloting. So we went outside the committee to find people to pilot.
Okay.
So their voices will be heard too.
I just want to ask, thank you.
No, it's a great question because you're right. We have not always there, and there was that little bit of hesitation for me about, okay, do I really talk? Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about this. There are folks that are still upset about the last adoption, and folks who felt like their voices were not heard in the last adoption because it was very much a different process. It doesn't mean it was negative. Again, I'm not going to go in the past. I'm just saying that there is still some feelings out there that their voices weren't heard.
Great, thank you.
I appreciate this because it's been one of those things that is specific to ELA curriculum. It's been so long and it's uncomfortably dated at some points. And that's just what I see as a parent, right? And I'm not even a teacher teaching you every day. So I can imagine some of the frustration from among our educators. So thank you. I know it's clearly a ton of work and I appreciate you informing the board of the process while we're still in the process. Just a really quick question. I'm assuming COA is not included in this because it is specific to online, or will that be part of the digital experience for students?
At this point, we have not planned for COA because they have their own platform.
Yeah.
However, for the first time in the history of alternative ed, Catalyst is participating in the pilot.
Okay,
So
nice.
we believe that indeed they will utilize, well, not believe, they are going to utilize the same curriculum, but they're going to modify it for their kids, for their needs, right? Modify it, that means like adapt. They're super excited about it as well. And they are actually piloting multiple copies, like they're basically doing both of the suggested pilots.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much, you guys.
Mr. Chair, Director Powell has her hand up.
Oh, hi, Renee.
Hi. With the classroom walkthroughs and being able to view the curriculum, are you going to give us like a heads up or let us know because when that's coming up or?
Weeks. Yes, absolutely. Yes, and in fact, we will communicate with, I don't know, with you, Dave, or who do I communicate? Dave, Dr.
You're probably
Novotny?
the new superintendent.
I know, that's why I'm asking. I didn't know who to talk to. We can definitely get that information out and we can do it digitally. And like, for example, tomorrow we're gonna do a drive-by in CV just to see how it's going.
I'm available on Fridays.
Does,
No, we would love you to come and see what's going on.
does this curriculum include reading lists for the older grade levels?
It's interesting. The textbook has all reading in it. And so you would be able to see all the literature in the textbook. The inquiry by design, which is an instructional strategy, it focuses on writing mostly, which I think is really kind of cool. You can select your own anchor text, or they also have little interesting small student booklets that students are that they're basically short stories, right? It's excerpts, right? From classics mostly, but they're basically, you're able to annotate, and that's why they want it to be a student version. They're going to basically mark it up. They're going to figure out what's going on in this and make notes in the margins. And that's why the teachers at the high school are kind of excited about that possibility, right? But it's a major focus on writing. And so you can see the teacher edition for that. So you can see, for example, at each grade level, they build the art of writing as you go through. And reading is the reading to learn. You're basically reading so that you can actually do some analysis and some writing. They do research projects. They do persuasive writing, all of the modes of writing in that particular text. So it's not a traditional textbook.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got a couple more questions.
Okay.
All right, this is a popular topic. Very popular.
Well, it's good to know. It'd be good to talk about.
So just curious, so you got a couple of kids at each school piloting a particular curriculum. Did I understand that right?
We have a couple of teachers at each school piloting, but all of their classes.
So the whole class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yes. So, yeah.
And so what do they, so then at the end of the two, does each of the teachers, do they compare? Are they looking at the performance of the kids, seeing how quantitative, qualitative, how the kids are doing, how engaged they are, and then comparing notes at the end of the beta test? And
yeah,
I think you got it.
using that guide to kind of guide them through those questions. So yeah, encouraging them to talk to each other. And Jen, do you want to add anything? She's piloting one of the curriculums at 4th grade.
Oh, come on, Jen.
Nothing like being thrown on the
Sorry.
spot. No, so I am piloting one of the curriculums. I don't know if you need me to add a teacher voice. I am piloting one of the curriculums with my 4th graders. And I chose a unit that would hopefully cover the standards in the same way as the unit that I had to give up in order to be able to do this pilot, time-wise. So we're working through historical piece on the Transcontinental Railroad right now. We would have been doing the American Revolution that I've been using our curriculum that has been our adopted curriculum. This was the one that was most closely tied to the main standards of cause and effect that I needed to make sure I hit with my 4th graders. The writing is a little bit different, but the kids, we're doing a lot of the same kinds of things within this text. But like, for instance, today we figured out that the rail tycoons earned about $96 million to build the Transcontinental Railroad because of what they were making per foot of track or per mile of track. So we figured that out as kind of a math thing, is how much money would that be? And well, $96 million, that's a lot of money, yeah, but take it back to the 1800s. It's worth a lot more back then. So they're kind of living in this world right now, and we're finding different ways for them to connect. They're doing the same kinds of things that they were talking about in high school. They're annotating, they're going ahead and making margin notes. So it's all building for what they're going to do when they get older without having a shortened text or an easier text with less complexity for them to follow through it. So is that what you want to hear?
Exactly. So just to clarify also, Director DeHart, we're also collecting narrative. It's not just hard data. We're actually wanting them to give feedback on how effective was this curriculum to meet the needs of the students in your classroom. And please tell us the story of that.
And are the students able to give feedback too?
Oh, yeah. Yes. This is something that we feel really strongly about. And so we're really supporting student voice as we go forward and collecting student feedback on the curriculum.
So actually, that is something we're working on next week is just a brief survey for kids to fill out.
I'm not
So,
sure if
like,
they're quite as
challenge-
excited as the teachers.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Challenge and
We're not sure.
engagement. I think they might be. But one of the things we're looking at too is like, is it feasible to teach the curriculum that you were given in the time that we have to teach? Does it take you 3 weeks to learn what you have to teach tomorrow? Or, is it fairly easy? Are there supports there for small groups, for helping small groups, for helping English language learners, for helping tag students? Is everything there that you need to do the job well, teach the standards?
And so the companies that made this curriculum, how long has it been out there being used by other schools?
Oh, you probably know CKLA.
Yeah,
Amplify.
so one of the curriculums is this that we're looking at, we have used for the last 7 years, and they are probably 10 years old or so. Benchmark is a little bit older, it's a family-run business.
Family, yeah.
But
and Hufflin Mifflin has been around a long time. I will say that I will reveal that 30 years of ELA experience for me. This is my 30th year. Hufflin Mifflin was like, there were only 2 of them, McGraw Hill and Hufflin Mifflin, that everyone had, because those were the only 2 options.
So when they come out with a curriculum, is it good for a certain amount of time? It's stagnant. They're not updating it.
That's
a great
It's a great
question.
question because so much of it is
It's digital.
online now and digital, that it's being updated as we go. And they have told us, at least one of our publishers has told us, if they update anything, it's free to you.
So for 7 years, we buy it for 7 years. So basically, we purchase the licensing of that curriculum in our schools for 7 years. If we want, when we do another adoption, because we want to make sure we're getting the best material for the students in 7 years, we will go through this process again. And then we pay again the licensing for 7 years, and that includes updates.
When will the parents have an opportunity to view the curriculum and for input?
We will have an open space. And in fact, we're just trying to figure out how we do this, is we might want to actually have an open space in some of our schools and not just here at the district office. I think it would be much more accessible for homeschools, that for their homeschool. It's just a matter of how we work with principals to make that happen. And it's 2 weeks, and that is by state law. It is open. Anyone can look at it for 2 weeks.
Is it possible, is there availability to have at each school and also at the district office?
Yeah.
I don't know if there is
I
enough
think
to
it's
go
possible.
around,
Yeah, I
right?
think it's possible.
To make sure
It's just a
that-
matter of making sure that, we make it accessible to as many people as possible, but we can also overdo it, and then we just waste some of the materials. So we want to make sure we have a good balance.
Okay, looks good.
Okay.
And the 2 weeks is the minimum that they have to
Yes.
have it reviewed,
Yes.
but we could make it
could make it
available for
longer.
longer.
That is the minimum that it's required.
Okay, I would be in favor of giving the community more time than 2 weeks to look at a full curriculum.
We're looking at May, right? Sorry. We're looking at beginning or mid-May,
Probably towards the end.
towards the end of May,
Yeah.
and then you're looking at a vote by the board on June, so.
The last board meeting in June would be our drop dead deadline, because we
Okay.
have to order it before July, because it's on this fiscal year.
And do you have any concerns of having this availability for the community, like when school's running out and perhaps available while, school's out?
Yeah,
Or
I think
almost
it would
out.
be fine because what we're going to have to do is collect some of the samples, the materials that teachers were
And
getting.
then we can put them in the field.
So we can put those in the field, they won't be needing them because they're just teaching them for that 1 unit.
Right.
So if we just make them available. We might not have every grade level available at every building, but.
I'm just keeping track of maybe some time. I don't want you here until 1
Okay.
o'clock AM.
Yeah, we need
Sorry.
to, I think if the board has any more further questions, I know Karen or Pam would be open to an email. Great questions. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to sharing the curriculum with you.
We're gonna take one quick mini change here. Lisa Freely has one more public
On this
comment
one.
that she would like to get in, Karen, before we have Do the next one.
Thank you, Chair Brown.
You're
I
welcome.
apologize for shuffling my papers to the point that I missed it. Thank you, Dr. Novotny, Ms. Freely, board and staff for the energy and due diligence you have given the superintendent selection process. I was a member of the observer panel and also attended the public interviews for the 3 finalists. All the candidates are talented and sincere people, and I wish them each the best. This is not a time to discuss their various attributes. This is a time to choose. I would choose Mr. Phillips. Again, thank you all. Jim Talt.
Thank you.
And I'm staying here because the next.
You're gonna stay there, but we are gonna also, we got Rowan back on
Oh,
tonight,
cool.
and so we're trying to put a priority on our student comments. So Rowan, are you there?
I am. Hello.
How you doing?
Good. So sorry. I had tennis and it went longer than I thought, but I'm glad I'm here now.
How did you do?
Not too well, but it was fun. So that's okay.
Just blame it on Coach Halstead.
Never.
Well, we already heard from Maddie, so we'd love to hear from you tonight with anything you have to chat about.
Yeah. Quick updates. There is the school, the Performing Arts Building. They're doing Little Women this weekend, so that's very exciting. Also, there is a greenhouse sale from the NHS greenhouses. So they'll be selling plants and such. That's in May though, May 5th, 7th. But for the working on updates for the bullying stuff, I don't have anything for the peer mentoring organization right now, still looking more into that. But there was a policy meeting that I also could not make sadly because of tennis, but we had a meeting, the subcommittee did. So hopefully we can move soon with posters about the policy to put around the high school to give resources out and let the students know what the current policies are. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
Hey, Ron, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
This might be the last time we have Dr. Novotny here, so would you like to be the person who says something nice to him?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Novotny. You're amazing. You helped me so much with especially this. And so I really appreciate you standing in. We love you all over at the Newberg High School and in the district. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rowan. That's very nice of you.
Thanks, Rowan.
Well done.
Thank you very much. All right, I know we have more than Karen here, though. We've got.
This is gonna be a fast report. We're gonna come in here, tell you what's going on and scoot out. I
Jennifer
invited
Bailey,
Tammy,
Joanne
Principal
Austin.
Arian, and also Principal Jen Bailey from John Austin to join for this update because we wanted to make, this is about our start time, end time conversation that occurred last meeting. One of the things that was brought up by Tammy was that this is also affects our elementary schools. And so we wanted to make sure that we updated you about what the process is that we're going through to make sure that we include all K-12 voices at the table as we go forward. And so just to let you know, this morning we met in our first K-12 committee. We have representation for each level in that committee. And the scope of our work is something I'm gonna just review with you. And then if you have any questions and answers, these lovely people are here to help. So the scope of the work, we're going to work together as a K-12 team to ensure our decision-making reflects the staff, student, and family needs at each level. It's extremely important that we listen to voices at each level of the people who are going to be impacted by a decision of a change like this or a possible change. And in terms of collecting the needs from each level, we're going to look through what do elementary schools need, staff need, what do secondary staff need, because they don't always share the same needs. In terms of our process, we're going to send out some district-wide surveys, parents, staff, and students to get their feedback about this year's schedule and ask them questions about that. Really about pros and cons of the current start time and end time. We're going to start with staff feedback because we have them, right? And we're going to practice a little bit on our staff and get that going. We're going to collect transportation data. We met with Shiloh Fisek this morning as well, so that he will be part of that conversation because whatever happens, transportation is a critical component of this decision. We're going to also review instructional hours as a requirement at each level because there is a different requirement at each level and that might give us a little bit of wiggle room. And we're going to include special education input and implications of any change. And the reason for that is because IEPs happen before school or after school, and any change would affect the IEP process. And so we want to make sure that those folks are at the table. The timeline, we would love to present on June 14th. That would be giving us less time to really just go through it and get it done. And by the way, our new transportation manager starts in May and will be housed at the district office. So we would like to also consult with that new manager to find out if we can problem solve prior to June 14th. Anything like this, if we do proceed with a change, it takes quite a bit of time for an institution as large as this with as many riders and transportation to make any shifts. So that's my real quick overview. These Tammy and Jen are here to answer any question or give feedback about the process.
I'll just say thank you for looking at all the multifaceted sources of information that you guys need to look into to make such a big decision. I commend you on, just going with this work and just really digging deep to find out what's best for students and staffs and families. So thank you for that.
Are you guys firing away or are we gonna throw stuff at you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think last time, when we spoke, I thought it was, pretty clear that we were gonna do all that, trying to get a wide, variety of people's input. So I think everybody needs to understand that that's really important. I think the plus minus to me is, for K through 12, so we're talking to everybody. I was really struck by some of the data I was given. Coach Russo, had a lot of data at the high school level that was pretty negative in a lot of our numbers. And so it does impact them a great deal. So to me, the plus minus means, how much can we help the high school without impacting on the minus side, the elementary. And the middle school, I'm kind of, I know they don't have activities, something we'd sure like to maybe add someday again, where they have sports and stuff back a little bit more. So, yeah, I'm really curious how the elementary people feel.
Can I speak to that?
After you do the staff, will you address the parents?
Oh, yes.
And the students?
Yeah, we want to start with staff because there are strong feelings out there. We want to just get them out, right? So that we can actually proceed, but we're definitely doing surveys for parents and for students because we want to hear their voices as well. And we started working on the surveys today. So we're going to move quick.
Survey burnout has been sort of a concern, right? And we have the climate and culture survey. We talked last time about potentially plugging those questions into
Yes.
that. Is that the plan
We
or?
talked about that and we just have to work with Greg Cascella to see how that would work with his timeline.
Okay. Yeah, I just, if we can do it in one questionnaire, you're likely to get more
We totally
responses.
agree. We talked about it specifically. Could we just add a couple of questions and see if we can get the feedback?
Great.
I can go back and address your
Sure.
question, I think, about middle school. Really, when we're looking at this, we're looking at elementary and secondary, and so we include middle school as part of that. There are actually students who are involved in after-school athletics and activities. They are not specifically sponsored by Newberg School District, but CPRD. And so we're finding some similar patterns just in terms of earlier departure times for athletic events and missing a little bit of class. That being said, Dave, I think your comment hit it on the head. What we want to do is find a win-win for everybody. We certainly don't want to make adjustments that would negatively impact maybe some of the positives that have occurred with the elementary schools. But we do want to address some of the issues that have come up as a result of this for the secondary group. And I think we'd like to do that 6-12 and include the middle schools as part of that as well. But we don't want winners and losers in this. We want everybody to come to an agreement about what we feel is best for students K-12.
And I can just add too is I think that what we know is important. I appreciate the fact that we can come together as this K-12 committee, just to really look through the lens for elementary and middle and high school. Because it is important to think through of how it's impacting high schoolers, whether it's athletics or co-curricular activities, but also thinking of the other lens when we have 5- and 6-year-olds and
and our families. And I know this year is the first, we shifted our school times. And maybe a lot of elementary teachers would tell you that 7:15 is a really early start time, but it's almost May and we're used to it. And there's been some really positive impacts on staff and students and families. And then also some impacts we didn't think about. So it's just really nice to come together collectively to work with K-12 and know that we're going to get a lot of feedback from not only our staff, but we're wanting from our students and our families, and just try to move forward with a win-win that works for everyone.
We are thinking outside the box.
Yes,
So
we are.
Shiloh is his creative, marvelous self, and he's trying to figure out what transportation might look like.
Well, I do have one survey for you already.
Oh.
Might not be worth much, but
Uh-huh.
so we were talking about this with our Canby girls tennis team, and we have 44 girls. We have girls as seniors going to Gonzaga, Cal Poly, USC, UCLA. This is a pretty high achieving group. And we talked about this one day. I just said, hey, what do you guys think? You know, because I love to hear what the students think, you know, just like what we're going to do in the survey. And the number one thing they came back with, freshman through senior, was they hate missing class time. It's just something that they say it just messes them up big time, because these are kids that are involved in, you know, leadership things at Seaside the last couple of days. They're at choir, they're trying to play tennis. How well, I don't, we'll talk about that later, but they are so busy. And the one thing that really kills them is missing class time. And I think that that's for that secondary level. I know we heard that from you, Tammy and Neil. To me, that's just so huge, because these kids, I have kids stressed out to the max at Canby because they're kind of going through the same stuff our kids are missing out on key classes that are super important to their scholarships and things like that. So it gets pretty complicated for them. So we had fun talking about it. They said, good luck with that. You know.
It is hard to change systems, right? So we need to make sure we're doing it for the right reason and we have the right information moving forward. And we appreciate all the perspectives.
Any other stuff to throw at us? Again, I think we can email all three of you.
Yeah.
Anytime. And get just those little middle questions, right?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
First in-person board meeting in 2 years. That was so much more pleasurable.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's do one more thing. Guys, we'll do one more thing here.
Yep.
Dr. Novotny, you're up.
Sure. So Chair Brown, members of the board, I'd like to direct your attention to page 13 in your board packet. I think this item is a relatively quick item. In working with the Chair Brown, I have agreed to extend my time in service to the Newberg School District for another period of time, to give you a little bit more flexibility in selecting your next superintendent. So you obviously have a draft motion on the bottom of the page, and it would be a pleasure to continue to serve if it works for your district.
You do know this is going to be for 7 years. That's this curriculum thing. Might take 7 years, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Also, that the Newberg School District Board of Directors extend their interim superintendent contract with Willamette ESD for a new contract end date of May 4th. I'll say 2022.
That's second.
If there was like 3 seconds.
I think we had our discussion. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor, please say, raise your right hand.
Aye.
All right, we've got 7-0. Dr. Novotny, we appreciate you so much.
Yeah, my
Yes.
pleasure,
Yes.
truly.
So much.
All right, we, Tishri, I think we're gonna stop there for a 5-minute break.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5-minute break, and then we have one more.
All right. Are we back, Tisha?
We are back.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And our next thing here is for under new business. We have Nikki Feller is going to approving our RFP for the new auditing firm. Nikki, you're up again.
So our auditors that we worked with for the last 3 years have made a change and they're not servicing schools anymore. We had to go up for an RFP. We received one proposal back. So I am recommending that we accept this proposal. But I'd also say I have worked with Polly Rogers and the school districts. I have no concerns with them. I still talk to them anytime we're in a OASBO meeting, still recognizes my name after all these years. So it might seem alarming that we received one, but I'm fully confident in this, in the firm. So I'm looking for an approval to accept their proposal for $39,500, which is about $3,000 more than what we currently pay.
I'll move that the Newberg School District Board of Directors accept the proposal from Polly Rogers and Company PC for audit services as presented.
I second.
I wanted to say thank you. It was incredibly thorough, the presentation that they offered. I liked especially how they listed all the districts that they're currently working in. That was really helpful. And yeah, I have no questions or qualms about it.
Nikki, do we need to do anything, further? Are they listening tonight or?
No, I did not invite them on tonight unless
Okay.
if we had any real questions, I could get that to them. We just needed a motion to accept the proposal.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, so I think we've got our discussion. Anybody else think that? Call a vote. All those in favor of Polly Rogers and Company PC, please raise your right hand. Passes 7-0. Didn't see, yep, there's Renee. Nikki, thank you very much. And welcome Polly Rogers. Okay, next up, we have Dr. Novotny's got a licensed staff appreciation resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brown, members of the board. As we mentioned earlier, next week is Teacher and Licensed Staff Employee Appreciation Week. And as we did for our classified employees, we prepared a resolution. And with your permission, Chair Brown, I'll read it into the record.
Great.
It says, whereas teachers and licensed staff mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers and licensed staff encounter children and students of widely differing backgrounds, and whereas our country's future depends upon providing quality education to all children and students, and whereas teachers and licensed staff spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling and coaching children, students, and performing community service, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers and licensed staff in educating the children and students of our community. Now therefore be it resolved that the board and administration for the Newberg School District proclaims May 2nd through 6th, 2022 to be Teacher and Licensed Staff Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the board and administration for the Newberg School District strongly encourages all members of our community to join in this observance, recognizing the dedication and hard work of these individuals. Adopted this 26th day of April 2022. I also just wanted to comment that as a guest in your school district, I've had the opportunity to visit a number of schools and work with many of your teachers and licensed staff. And I've observed a high level of excellence. We have a lot of highly committed educators in this school district doing great things for kids. And I just wanted to let you know what I've observed personally.
Dr. Novotny, is that something that we'll get to the staff by email or?
It will.
Okay. Dr. Novotny, would you be prepared, since it's your last meeting, more than likely, maybe, possibly, that you, since it will get pretty late tonight, is there any chance you would be open to doing your interim superintendent comments now?
Yes, we're happy to. Although I'm not prepared, this is impromptu presentation. But I have to tell you that one of the things I really wanted to communicate is a sense of optimism. As I've been working with this board, as I've been working with our licensed and classified employees and our administrative team, I see progress. I see brighter days ahead for the Newberg School District. I'm really excited to see who you choose as your next leader for this school district. But I see signs of people coming together. We've had now meetings between board leadership and our licensed union to try to improve communication and establish better working relationship. I've been able to sit down with board members and have a meal and conversation. I see this really the first in-person meeting, if you will, for about 2 years, as really a lot of positive signs. And I just see that in so many different areas that I just wanted to make sure that you hear from me that sense of optimism. And I'm looking forward to hearing about a lot of good things coming out of the Newberg School District in the coming months and years.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I know we appreciate you a great deal, Lisa and Tisha, you too. So.
It is a team effort.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, with that said, Lisa, we are at that next.
Does that mean I'm
stage.
done on the 4th too?
What's that?
I'm just okay. Alrighty, so at this point, handy dandy instructions, we will now enter into executive session as per ORS 192.660 sub 2 sub A to consider the employment of the public office, actually, to consider the dismissal or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or agent. And then we'll go into.
Sorry about that, everyone. I think they must have switched the computer that was broadcasting to go to the executive session. So they'll be coming back at some point on the agenda. It's like 10:30 or so, but it may end up being later than that.
Greg, do you think I'm okay to head out then? Because
Absolutely. I think students can feel free.
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
I think I'm probably just gonna go too, but thank you.
You bet, Maddie. You have a great night. Thank you for being here as always.
Yeah, thank you, you too.
You guys are muted.
No problem. We haven't quite started back yet. Sorry, Renee. Okay.
I love them.
Okay.
It's never got.
We're back into regular session at this time. We have a couple of business things we have to do right now, and we'll have one small update for everybody.
Mr. Chair, I move that we amend our agenda to add an item to extend the interim superintendent's date with the district through May 11th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your right hand.
Aye.
And that vote is 7-0. Thank you very much, Dr. Botany.
My pleasure.
Okay, second thing up here we have is
2 extensions in one night.
Exactly.
I'm going to make a motion here. I move that the board uphold the district's dismissal of Shelley Mays from employment with the district.
I second.
We've already had our discussion on this. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. We have 4. All those not in favor, please raise your right hand. All those abstaining, please raise your right hand. We have 3 abstains, 4 yes votes. Last thing is I know the public's out there still. A lot of you guys stayed up late. Our final thing to tell everybody tonight is we have a huge decision for the next superintendent. We're going to be bringing candidates back for another interview. We feel it's very important that we have Mr. Dan Bush and Mr. Stephen Phillips back for another interview. And so we will be meeting with them as soon as we can possibly set those schedules, and we will get through that interview process, and then we will announce our next superintendent. I know it's late. I know a lot of people probably stayed up for that decision, but we still have some more questions to ask.
Dave?
Yes.
It will be an executive session.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So with that said, I think we'll bypass on board comments tonight, correct? Everybody's good with that. We've already heard from our interim superintendent. Last thing I'm going to say is probably our last opportunity to say one more big thank you to Dr. Dave Novotny.
No, I think we have another opportunity coming up.
But if we don't, thank you very much. And Lisa Freely.
Can I make a point of order? I think you only, and I don't mean to be the nitpicky one here.
No, we
Oh,
added it to
we
the
amended the agenda.
Only
We haven't-
amended
yeah.
the agenda. You haven't actually taken the motion to extend the contract.
No, we didn't.
Just
I thought we
saying.
did.
Do it
Yeah, we
again.
did.
Oh, so
No,
I
we
make a
amended the
motion.
agenda.
Okay.
So
His motion was to amend the agenda.
it's the last item of business we have, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the item 2, I move that we extend Dr. Novotny's contract through May 11th of this year.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion. We discussed that. All those in favor of extending the contract, please raise your right hand. That passes 7-0. And with that said, I think we're good, Dr. Novotny, correct? All
Well,
right.
we are. I don't know if he is.
Okay,
Thank you, Renee.
thank you very much.
And how many?